fun launch. It's good to kind of get back in the groove for rocket launches. It's been a while. We've been on one heck of a dry spell. The range was down during most of July. The range down at the Cape, which is where the U.S. launches from the most, it was down for maintenance for 2 weeks in July. So we really didn't, haven't seen much. All right, so we're gonna flip over to KSP and we're gonna go from there. Don't tweet at them, guys. I don't want to cause no trouble. There's a reason why they're not doing it, you know. I just don't want to bug him, man. He's not doing it, you know. Like, all right. Okay, so let's get into KSP here. Will you still be able to do a basic plane for early career mode tutorial today, or would that be best for early hours tomorrow? Yeah, Loopy, let's not. If they would have released the ULA pack if they were ready. Let's not. Yeah, qualified. It is loud. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Check out that clip, guys, if you want to see NASA spaceflight and DAS's footage. I already have a basic plane made, dude. I can show you if you want. It's a really simple design. I'll throw it on Kerbalex if you want. But yeah, here, let's get KSP up and running here. We have a lunar mission to do with the SSTO. So basically, fellas, we decided that I need basically another week to get the SSTO all buttoned up for missions before we kind of go with a new program. So I'm just going to do contract missions to try and recoup the cost and get the SSTO program, Jebstar, basically up and running. But if you missed it, last week we ran 2 weeks ago we ran an orbital flight test that ended in disaster. Last week we ran an orbital flight test and it was perfect. The SSTO successfully demonstrated it can move 18 tons right up into space, no problem, and bring it right back down. Dash did make it back. It was a successful mission. Now I'm going to try to do some operational missions with this thing to get the kind of everything else kind of filled out, like how we have to, have to work at payload integration and stuff like that. Is there anything that stops you from releasing the parts with non-ULA names? Just curious, and I'm not suggesting to do that. I never bothered to look out of respect, Savvy. What's the ULA pack? Don't worry about it. Guys, I don't want to talk about it. Last. I've done KSP, SSTO, and pad testing. That was not flying the SSTO since my computer can't handle that part. Is it okay to post the results? Yeah, Filch, go ahead. But now you've teased us, and now I'm saying for you to drop it, please. Check Discord, by the way, Hellfish, you doofus. You doofus. Thomas, what's your last? I'm sorry, I'm trying to go through it. Interestingly, Finn Falga took JRTI out of port, and then GoQuest joined them. They're 150 kilometers to 200 kilometers downrange. Gotcha. Yeah, Hellfish, basically it got into development hell, dude. Like, that's the reality of it. It got stuck in development hell, man. ULA wanted the names. And this isn't their fault either. Like, it got stuck in development hell, and that's kind of where it ended. Like, they wanted the names, and I don't know if they... Dude, it seems like, hey, we're too busy to work on this, etc., etc. And I don't want to bother them, man. They're busy. They're busy with, you know, building a new launch vehicle, dude. It's probably better that I just give them their space, dude. I do not want to be that squeaky wheel, the squeaky wheel in this regard, you know? So that's why, dudes, just don't worry about it. If I have to, I'll model new stuff. If you really want an RD-180 or a Raptor or whatever, I'll model it. If you guys really want one that bad, I'll model it and somebody else can implement it or texture it and implement it, and then we'll go from there. I can model the stuff, though. That's no problem. Oh, I don't know if switching the engine spacing is a good idea, Pilch. Too busy. But that's Boeing. That's not ULA. ULA's rocket works just fine, dudes. All right, let's get the tunage up and running, and we'll figure out what we need to do today. Ow. Why does it boost the sound? Windows. Why, Bill? Why, Bill Gates? Why you do this? My pick. You want the finger guns? Good. You got it. Ooh, savage Elvish. No mod 710. It's vanilla. You did this, chat. That's enough. You did this. This is your fault. This is your fault. All right, we got it out of our systems, dudes, or what? So use it. Nice. Can we get a realistic model of an F1? Maybe a J2 while we're at it? An F1 and a J2? Just for a minute, sir. I thought I heard singing. Singing, sir. No, let them sing. As we sail on to Havana, where the temperatures are warm and the company is fulfilling. Yeah! Oh no, not the U.S. anthem. Why? Huh? There you go. I thought I heard singing, sir. Yeah. I mean, we can make whatever, dudes, if you want. Model whatever. MGB said he would implement it if I model it. He's a notorious modder for KSP. He said whatever I modeled, we can make. All right, so you're too good at that? Thank you. All right, so John, you wanted to see an early plane. This is what I use to get science. We use the A200. The A200 is kind of like I actually kind of made it like a citation. Oh, that reminds me. Speaking of the citation, fellas. Yeah, here's the A200. The A200F here. Rocketology helped me with the wings for this one. Believe it or not. This is a good plane, dude. Speaking of citation, if you like Flight Sim, there was an update for it the other day. Yeah, there was an update for it the other day. Yeah, I thought it'd be pertinent to mention it. So an accurate XRS 2200? Yeah, maybe. All right, let's get the regular music back up. So this is it, John. It's not really anything special. It's just 2 lines of tanks, and then the wings are just a bunch of wing connector E's and strakes that are backwards. And then for my elevators, I don't even have this. These act as the stabilizer and the elevator. Full deflection on the elevators. It's a really good little plane. And then I use the to get better weight distribution, I use the fan shroud to make the engines instead of using like a tank. That way I can mount the engines more forward and it balances the center of mass a little bit better. But yeah, I also have a little pallet extension piece right here where we can attach stuff, you know? And then refueling umbilicals as well. Are you gonna do a music stream soon? Just straight music? I mean, I could, I guess. Yeah, kind of, Barak, right? Yeah, it kind of does end up looking like that, but yeah. Cool little thing. And now, on to something completely different. So, Dash came back from the flight test. One diss track? No, I'm good. If I write a song, it certainly ain't gonna be about somebody else. That's kind of dumb. It ain't gonna be about me either. What else? Music and cooking? Yeah. So check this out, dudes. We proved that this landing gear, well, not proved, this landing gear reorientation definitely helped us with landing. I staggered the landing gear like a 747. Basically, this basically doesn't shock load the gear as much, so you basically land, and when you land on that back gear, it forces the nose down a little bit, and you slowly ramp load up on the gear until all the gear are touching the ground, instead of just slamming all the gear into ground at once. Kerbal doesn't like it when you slam all the gear into the ground at once. It gets a little hazy. Wait, did we flight test? Did it work? Yep. It worked. I sailed it right back to the pad. Loop did the S-turns just fine. Yeah, everything is A-okay. I overshot this on purpose, Core. This time I meant to do it. I meant to go. I always I like overshooting, guys. That's how you should do it. You shouldn't want to slow down before the runway. I try to make sure that basically when I'm over KSC, all it's going to take to bleed off the rest of the speed is to just turn around. So, no, I didn't cheese the engines at all, Loopy. I dumped the fuel after we came out of re-entry and landed this thing with just the 18 tons of payload. I flared it and I greased it, dude. I don't think I can land this thing better, which is why I'm like, okay, the SSTO is good, but I need to be very careful. The reason why I need to be very careful is because I don't think that landing that I did, I can do every time. I don't think. I'm gonna have to try it, and we're gonna try it again today. That's the plan. I want to launch Dash again, and I want to use the pad again, and I want to put the whole system through another test. But what I'm going to do is we picked up a mission to mine ore on the moon, and this mission, we picked up a mission to mine ore on the moon, and this mission will basically, between the advanced and the completion, can cover the cost of an SSTO. So it's pretty low risk. I have to mine 1,200 units of ore on the moon and then get it into orbit around Kerbin, which is not that big of a deal. That's really not a problem. Your Saab JAS Gripen replica. Ah, very nice. Yeah, the only thing I kind of messed up on was I was a bit late from the flare. Loopy, the other thing that I did to pad my costs a little bit was I moved Liberty 5 out to the moon. I used the available fuel that I had left in the transfer stages, and we still have plenty of fuel left at Liberty Station, but I moved Liberty 5 out to the moon, so it is out there. Do I have a lander that can do that? Not right now. That's the Sentinel mission. Yeah, we need to... Is the big one going to carry crew? I'll get back to you on that, Strange. I designed it, I future-proofed it to be able to carry crew if needed. So, we're gonna have to engineer out a lander here. And we could also put one of these on it as a rideshare mission to make some extra cash. Yeah, we could also do the seismic mission as well, and we could get paid. You get 3 missions. Basically, I want to prototype out what we're going to need because, long story short, guys, the stream on Saturday, I went around and I prospected everywhere around here. And Loopy, you should listen to this too. I prospected everywhere. Nothing. There's no ore here whatsoever. There's nothing. Not even drilling on the pads. There's nothing, which really sucks. That sucks a lot. That really is going to put a little bit of a damper in my plans. But it's okay. It's a seed thing, Grav. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. A lot. Not cool. Just build an oil rig and search out in the water. Can we use an orbital station and use it to make a craft to land an asteroid back at KSC to use to refuel the pad each time? No, no, no. No, Pilch, that's not a good idea, dude. Asteroids really only make sense if you're mining them for fuel, if you're going hop to hop. So, like, find an asteroid between Kerbin and Duna, mine that out, get the fuel, and then go to Duna. That's the really only way. They only make sense if you're hopping them out to other planets. Other than that, waste of time, dude. Don't do that. It would be better if we just straight mined off of Minmus. But we did that before. Make a faux saboteur plant with an underclock engine that uses electrical charge. Yeah, but we conjure fuel from nothing. You didn't have ground anchors? You said you could make it work? Is this what we want to do? Hey Hebrew, what's going on? I mean, how are we gonna get fuel back down? It's not nothing. It uses time and electrical. With this mission, Northrop Grumman's Antares rocket has flown more times in the last 12 months than Atlas V. Ooh. Oh. Jet engines underclocked to take in air and make liquid fuel. Purchase oxidizer. What if you turn the desert base into a mining operation and regularly recover the fuel there and skip the transport of fuel to KSC? I guess there's nothing in the rules that says I can't do that, fellas, but I don't want to... Remember, all the rules have to be done in good faith, right? Like, yeah, I left the rules wide open for interpretation on purpose. The idea there was that I don't know what type of rules we're going to encounter. This is my first time playing this game with mission mode rules, right? But I said that all the rules would be carried out in good faith, meaning that I'm not sure how much I like refining fuel at the desert, recovering it there, and, oh, now it's just at KSC? Well, we just need to get it to Kerbin orbit, Loopy, so just to lunar escape. Actually, what I was thinking about doing is if we get the ejection angle right to insert back into Kerbin orbit, I can turn that lander around and shoot it right back at the moon, and we can get the impactor test. We can get some science for the impactor test, too, which plays pretty well, actually. Yeah, Kickning, I'd rather just transport the fuel then, but... Yeah, Vasya, you could always just refine monoprop. I'd have to buy Project Mint, but we can just refine the monoprop, dudes. I have a refinery here. We just put out a bunch of ore, I refine it into monoprop, and then I sell it, and then we recover the vessel. Makes about 50k every time you recover it. Did you check for ore at the Bayside launch site? No, I didn't, Tylen. Why would I do that? I mean, I don't think this is this one's necessarily in bad faith, to be honest. This is not... necessarily. I mean... But I think we should work on the moon mission for now. I don't know, Loopy. I have to look at my landers. I had bad builder's block on Saturday. I was gonna run this mission then, but I postponed it till today because I wasn't really... I was trying to come up with something and nothing really came out. So, a little bit more awake today. Let's go look at our lander. This is the Prospector craft file. This is what I had come up with. No, it can't put anything in polar orbit. Loopy, this is where we were at. Huh. Yeah, I wanted to keep that because, you know, it makes sense. We don't need that. So all we got to do is drill, but what's our Delta V looking like? 2698. If we launch this thing out of the SSTO in low Kerbin orbit, let me look at that Delta V map, okay? So 860, 280, 580, right? So let me tally it up here. We need about 1,700. I'm going to figure 2,000 for that just in case something goes wrong. So we need 2,000 down, and then 580 to 280 to get it back into Kerbin orbit. And then if we want to turn this thing around and impact it out at the moon, 580 plus 280, we need basically another 1,000. So we need 3,000 delta V from this vehicle. But we also need to make sure, we also need to take into account that we're going to mine that ore. So that's going to be an extra 12 tons to the vehicle. So this thing needs to be a little bit bigger than we think. Yeah, we could do that, Loopy. That song I think you were referring to, Highway Star, is Highway Star Raspberry, excuse me.
This is exciting. We're being seen all over the world.
Oh, yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight. Some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your heart.
What are we building? I need to send something from low Kerbin orbit to the surface of the moon. And to the surface of the moon and back.
Well, let's hit the road.
Could it have more efficient transfer engines? I don't have atomic engines unlocked. Yes, Maxim. Excuse me. Sorry for the noob question. Aren't all engines overclockable? Are they? Yes. How do you overclock them? You need a cal controller. Go to a cal controller and then add the engine. Add the thrust limiter action group to the cal controller. I shouldn't have placed that in that type of symmetry. Add the engine. Add the thrust limiter. And then take the curve and do that. Make it go off the page and then move this here like that. And then there you go. Done. They can overheat though if you do that. Be careful. Thinking, guys. I'm thinking about how we want to do this. You you keep the 1 kilometers a second required to impact the moon in curved orbit and rendezvous to refuel would be a lot more efficient than hauling that around to the moon and back. It can be just a simple tank with a docking port on it. No, it won't. That it will not be more efficient that way. What are you talking about? What? No, Lewis, that's not more efficient. That took our Delta V cost and tripled them. It's not more efficient, dude. That's the opposite of that, unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. I don't think that's right at all. Aren't you always returning back to Kerbin orbit anyways before impacting? Yeah, but returning back to Kerbin orbit just means leaving the moon's encounter, which is just... That's not even going near Kerbin. I just need to leave the moon's encounter for like 10 seconds, turn around and go back. Crap. Tony Esposito died today. Stop. Stop it. Yeah, it's not low Kerbin orbit, Lewis. No, not LKO, just Kerbin orbit. That's the rule. No, it just says Kerbin orbit. Yeah, that too, Loopy. Yeah, if we do it right, sure. But either way, fellas, we don't have enough Delta V. So let's engineer this mission backwards, alright? So where are we gonna... Oh, boy. Okay, let's take the brute force option. We know that this is going to work if we give it 3,000 Delta V with the ore tanks full the entire time. Now the question is, how much fuel do we need to do that? Let's triple the amount of fuel and see where it gets us. 2668. If we had a full orange tank of fuel, 3136. We know that's enough. But our lander gets a little big. Do we have the small ISRU? I don't have it unlocked, Loopy, no. But we can unlock it. Something like that, King. Why not put one of those out the bottom? Those things take forever to refine anything, dude. We could use it as a prototype ISRU. I wouldn't have a problem doing that. Then put 2! Stop yelling at me. Alright, let's see. Let's see where this gets us. Let's see where this gets us. That's what I'm trying to say. What are the rules about warping? You don't really need to because we warp 8 days every time we get in the game. So, I mean, even if I just leave the thing there to refine it, and we're just refining propellants for a little while, it's not that big of a deal. I don't really want to... I suppose it really depends on the mission. My rule has always been that you can time warp inside of SOI. So if you're on the surface of the moon, yeah, you probably could. You probably could get away with it. Alright, what happens if we do something like this? Why 2 converters? It'll refine faster, but I suppose with our 8-day time warp, it really doesn't make that big of a difference now, does it? So, well, let's see. How much delta V does this thing have in it when we're carrying full ore? Well, we're gonna need engines for that, EJ. Oh, really? It has 1,000. And how much does it have without ore? It has 2,300. Is the Whiplash engine better than the Panther afterburning engine? It's application based. Use the Panther. If you're making your stealth jet fighter, if you're making a fighter, use the Panther engine. You can dump the drills. Well, we have the requirements. It's never worth it to carry any ore. Yeah, you're right, Granitus, but you also don't know what we need to do for this mission then. The mission is to refine ore, or get ore off the surface of the moon and put it back in Kerbin orbit. I know it's not really what I want. You know, you don't want to carry ore around. You might as well carry fuel. You only really carry ore around if volume is a constraint, because you can store more ore in a smaller volume than you can fuel. But yeah, this mission we're gonna need to come up with something weird here to get this thing to work right. Got it, to proceed. Oh, I will. Oh, I can. And I will. This is not a bad setup, guys. I don't mind what we got going here. The end goal for this thing, Pigzig, is to impact the moon. Yeah, I have an impactor contract on the moon that pays pretty well. I want to crash this thing right back into the surface. We have the big SSDO, dude. It's not a big deal. The small drills suck. You just immediately install the big ones. Hey, Nazaman, what's going on? Is this for the ore contract? You got it, boss. Yep, that's where we're at. What's up, dude? How are you? If you're not reusing it, why not make it multi-stage? Because I'm still just kind of toying with ideas right now, actually. Yeah. Hey, French, what's going on? Is your plan to refuel the ship with the ore mine, the ship being this one, not the SSTO? That kind of was the deal there, but I'm told... Yeah, but I'm messing with different ideas here. Did you install the ore section where they have better reach there? Yeah, Loopy, but... Managed to get that Cygnus launch live in my newscast. My boss said when I saw the space story, I knew it was a Sawyer show. Nice. How was your weekend? It was good, French. It was good. Everything was great. What do these small drills go at? .30 a second. Wow, yeah, those are way faster. Wow, how inefficient is that? This does 5 times as much for double the electrical power. Why would anyone ever use that? I take it this has to fit in Jebstar's payload bay. Yep. Complicated mission, huh? It also weighs 5 times as much? Yeah. Yeah, it depends on the mining spot, so we might need to send a mining satellite too. Oh boy. Oh dear. I'm not doing that, Pilch, no. Have we thought about doing a dynamic style wide boy lander? No, I haven't, Loopy. We have the payload bay to support a lander like that. We do. It's a good idea to send a mining sat. Something you will want to do at some point anyway, right? I mean, yeah, I gotta send a prospector. We're gonna have to, now that I'm thinking about it. Is there a rule for nuclear engines in this mode? Yeah, the rule is I don't have them unlocked. So I don't use them, because I don't have them unlocked. Sea Dragon. Ride sharing is what the SSTO was designed for, guys. Is the resource scanner gonna fit? I have a 5-segment payload bay, Sawyer. It should be just fine. I'm thinking, I mean, I know I can move more than 18 tons into space. That'd give me, we have the fuel margins for that. We can go probably, like, if we conservatively rate it, probably up to 20, 25. I'd say 25, and I wouldn't go past that, because that doesn't leave a lot for rendezvous and proximity operations if we need to send something to the station, you know? So... Yeah, little dog, pretty much. Guys, I think I want to make it... We have 2698. That's enough to get us to the surface, right? So, let me set this to about 600 delta V and see where that gets us. Right, and now where does that get us there? 284. Okay. Alright, so I can figure this out. We can figure out where this thing needs to be. So let me remove that for a second and let me put one of these bad boys in here and then put one of these in here like that. Right? So let's get rid of that. Now we have 3000 delta V, okay? So this is a slightly bigger stage, right? And I'll move the legs around and we can fix that all up in a second. You got a slightly bigger stage here. Now, we need about 2,000 of it to get from low Kerbin orbit to the moon, right? So, let's get rid of that. So, what would that give us? 1,300, right? Get rid of that, get rid of that. And now, get rid of this. And I like underestimating just a little bit, so... Now, where does this get us? 533. That's not enough to get away from the moon. That's not even enough to get back into orbit around the moon. Because we need 1200 ore. Bit. Alright, that gives us 38. That gives us 3,800. Now we're going to need... We need to subtract 2,000 for that, so we're looking for the 1,800 here. I'll underestimate again. So that's how much we'd have left, give or take, on the moon, right? And 754. Get rid of the mining equipment on the moon. If we dump the mining equipment, what would that get us? It's marginal, man. It's not that much extra, you know what I mean? All of this supports a stage design, guys. It supports a stage design. Did I miss the poll? No, I haven't done any polls this week, Just Space. What I want to do is some contract missions with the SSDO this week to kind of really see where its capability lies. And I need to build out the rest of the architecture, dude. I got to get the payload integration stuff figured out. You know, payload bay reconfigurability. We got to figure out what we're going to do with the small one, etc., etc. I'm toying with different ideas, John. That's all. Just toying with different ideas, dude. Let me just do some math out. 720 divided by 24.3. 30. So say we drop the tanks, then what? Yeah, NASA man, we don't have an we don't have an end-to-end solution figured out, but I'm close. Yeah, but NASA man, I'm by the end of this week, I will have an end-to-end solution. Yeah, unlike some people. Sawyer, did you read the OIG on the spacesuits today? Oh my god, what the hell are you doing, NASA? It really is this. Oh boy. You did. Hey guys, we don't think the suits are gonna be in time, so you know what we'll do? We'll stop all development on it and change the requirements completely, so they definitely won't be ready on time. Like... honk honk! Like... This doesn't sound familiar at all. Constellation. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, dude, I was getting beat red like smoke was coming out of my ears when I read it this afternoon. I'm like, why would someone do this? Good on the OIG for calling out this clown. Oh god, I want to swear. I want to swear, but I can't. Yonk yonk, M Goose. Don't do it. Hold it. I'm trying, man. All I can do is laugh because I've already cried. Don't you have the beep button? Let it out.
Bruh.
Sorry. Shh, calm down. Jesus, there's kids watching. I didn't swear anything. Bruh, my finger slipped and hit the bruh at the end, but that worked. Language, young man. Hey, you. Alright, anyway. Jokes aside, let's go. Anyway. Back to this. Yeah, I know. It's just... I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Very disappointed. Okay, anyway. Alright, back to this. So, this right here gives us 1232. We could use this as a stage. Guys, I might take a page out of the national team's lander here, to be honest with you. That might be a good idea. Did I just say that? Yeah, okay, I did. It does make sense for this, honestly. Yeah, with the payload mass that we're talking about. How'd those words taste? It sounded sour and they didn't even come from me. Yeah, I know, man. Blue, were you here for Space News? It's probably for the better that you weren't, dude. You wouldn't have liked that. Alright, drummer, I'll see ya. To be fair, the national team has good ideas. They're just a bit behind. I think their ideas are just fine, Toothless. In fact, I will maintain to this day that Blue Origin, that hit piece that infographic that they said isn't knocking SpaceX. It just says that their design is high risk and that we should field 2 landers. It's not saying that SpaceX is bad. It's saying we should field 2 landers. Everybody said I was an idiot for saying that a week ago, but the GAO said the same thing. Funny how that works. It's almost like your boy knows what's good. It's like my old man told me one time, the only thing better than 1 crawfish dinner is 5 crawfish dinners. Alright, how else are we going to do this? What if you use the SSTO as a transit vehicle for the lander out to the moon? Nah, you wouldn't want to send all those wings out there, Aqua. That's not going to be as efficient. I need something that yeets out of the payload bay. I'm good, Frank. How are you? They're saying I'm an idiot now, Jack, so whatever. No. I don't like this solution, guys. I'm good, Frank. How are you? How about a Centaur stage that can be redocked in low lunar orbit? Yeah, I'm not sure. Nice picture from Derek there, Loopy. Is there any way to use the deep space upper stage that's up on the station? Yeah. There's a transfer stage up there. Yeah, Tokyo. Yeah, true that. How much Delta V does this thing have? With how much? I'm not sure that's gonna be a good solution, dudes. This is a tough mission, man. Tough mission to solve. Let's go back into the prospector. So, let me just check this again. Alright, so there's no ore in it, right? We have 2698. Now, if I put ore in it, 1232. Okay. Alright, I think I got something, dudes. Here, let's try this. What if we did something... I mean, you said the transfer stage, and that actually gave me an idea. Alright, so... go like this, and get me a 1/8 fairing, right? And now... One, we could do drop tanks, Dynetics, Aleidos Company style. Just unlock that. Why can't we transfer that fuel now? We can't transfer the fuel. $39.29. That's enough. I'm running the newest version MGB with the upgraded docking ports. Is there anything in here that's preventing that crossfeed? There should be nothing in there preventing crossfeed. That's weird. Because this would be a good solution here. That gives us the delta V that we're looking for, but yeah, it does look pretty neat. You know that scene in SpongeBob where Squidward is banging his head on the register? That's how I felt reading that spacesuit stuff today. I guess 2025? I guess... Yeah. Yeah. Why would they change the RFI in April of 2021? Why would they do that? Cost? Cost. Just end it. Just shoot me in the face. I'll just... Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I really don't. It's stupid. All right. I'm thinking a 2-stage option is the better option here, guys. I'm just not exactly sure how I'm going to go about doing that, especially since I have to carry around 12 tons, right? Yeah, 12 tons of upper stage here. Yeah, it doubles the mass. This is tough, man. This is a tough mission. Hey, Hal, what's going on, man? Is there a way we can unpack this and then assemble it in space? Why don't... Ooh. King, yeah. I might need the arm for that. How would we do that? How would we do it? Don't forget your scanning satellite too. Yep, yep. Don't forget your shine box. Hey, it's Nauka. No, not necessarily Pigzig. It's not a bad idea. How can we take Centaur and STS-88, where the first International Space Station Assembly mission? How do we take those and... Hey.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Duck, what's going on? 4213 sub. You know, I just remembered your SSDO is rapidly reusable. You might be able to ride share an extra booster up with other payloads as well. Is it or no, I'm just making an already complicated mission more complicated? Thailand, unless somebody proposes a better solution, no. No, I mean, I could just put one long stage, I suppose, inside. Like, we could do... Isn't space the next frontier? Yeah? Oh, yeah. Space is the final frontier. Alright, just... Alright, so we have 3873 with this design. If we subtract 2,000 out of that, right? So we need this to say 1,800. 1,600 is close enough. 754. Damn, it's so close. Apollo never refueled in orbit, Inky. You could dock it with the station in low lunar, and then get a bit more fuel out of it. Oh, okay, Inky, yeah. But then the transfer stage might not have enough to move back to Kerbin. Guys, that's kind of the whole thing. That's why I left the fuel in it, so it can dump the Liberty 5 module and then it can come back. We're just short of where we need to be with fuel, man. 2145, right? Hang on. We have 3873, and once again, minus 2,000 from that. And keep in mind, 2,000 is an overestimate. It's closer to 1,700. So if I took 1,800 out of that, right? Actually, it'd be better to underestimate because we still need to move that dumb resource satellite here. $754. Oh, it's so close. It's so damn close. Launch to the station. Use the transfer stage there to get the one in lunar orbit, if that has any Delta V left. How much have you dumped the landing legs in the drills? In this scenario here, it would get us up. It would get us up to 800. 580 plus 280 at the minimum, dude.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
860. It's close. But I also want to be able to take this thing and turn it around, right? So in reality, I really want this to be more like 400. Or not 400, 400 more than around 1,000. Hey, John. Mr. John Dowell. Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Thanks, man.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Cat King. Have you considered adding more Delta V? I mean, yes. Do I have a choice? Yeah, I've thought about it. I heard that you built your own launch pad. Every rocket that I make in this save, in my mission mode save, John, I build my own launch pads for. Yeah. Where'd you hear that from? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, man. I build everything. I built the launch pad for that. 270 ton SSTO. It's 1,400 tons fully fueled on the pad. See the pad down there? You can't really see it. There's a better shot of it. Yeah. I build all the GSE. I build out everything. Yeah. I like reusing my vehicles. True, jettison the ore once you reach Kerbin's SOI. It saves a lot. I still want to factor in 100 just in case I screw something up, but yeah. One of my buddies linked me to you, Red Tango, and he wears... Oh, yeah, Red. Red's cool. Red's a good dude. Yeah. Well, tell him I said thank you. But yeah, I build out all the GSE. It's a rule. And that's, once again, here, I could show you real quick past rockets. Look, I had a mobile service tower and an integration crane and a pedestal-based pad kind of based off of Launch Complex 34. If you're a space nutcase, you'd know. 34 is from the Apollo program. Apollo 1 happened there, you know, rip. And then Apollo 7 later. There's the stations. There's an Eclipse. And then that little shuttle right there ended up killing Jeb, and chat promptly canceled the program. Chat votes on the direction of my space program, John. Yeah, it gets difficult. It gets difficult at times. There's a bunch of stuff around, Jack. Let's see. I'm just starting out and he said to watch you. Okay. Oh boy. You guys remember that? Man, we did not know what we were in for then, did we? Yep, build everything, dude. Alright. I added an Oscar B style design here. I'm borrowing this one from my lunar lander, my crew lunar lander. And then we have the drills in the side spots. And then we have our single engine right there. Okay. How are we gonna do this? So let's check what our delta V is now. Let's see if that gave us the margin. I mean, y'all in chat said just add more delta V. So okay, that's the way to do it. I add more fuel tanks. Because right now, the payload bay is my constriction. Because honestly, I would want to see, okay, when you go to build lunar landers, right? So what can you tell me about this? The lunar excursion module. What is it? What can you tell me? Well, the descent stage has more fuel than the ascent stage. Why? Because the descent stage has to carry the whole ascent stage and then become its launch pad, right? So the descent stage, I would want a wider footing. It's unironically the same problem the national team has with their lander. Their lander is going to end up being super tall. That's a sweet picture, by the way. On the other hand, I could just say screw it and go with a taller lander. Doable. And I could have some mechanical robotic legs that fold out just like theirs if we really wanted to do that. I could put this all in the SSTO's payload bay. We could put a transfer stage, a lander stage, and then that impact the transfer stage, descent stage, and then ascent stage, and then the ascent stage could leave the drills. Because once again, I have a long payload bay. We have a very long payload bay in this SSTO. It's 5 segments long, so I could put something like this in there. Just make it the size of the Saturn V and be done with it. Why does the bottom half look like Cygnus? Because Northrop Grumman was gonna make the transfer stage here. It's actually a really sweet picture, dude. This lander would have been pretty cool. Well, we don't know. They might still make it. The transfer stage could have the ore scanning equipment on it. That's a good idea, man. Yeah, it's a long ladder. Don't trip. They're gonna have to rappel down the side, man. That's actually not a bad idea, dudes. That's not a bad way to do this. Okay. Let's see. How would we do that if we were going to do a 3-stage variant? Actually, you know what? Let me finish what I was doing here with this, okay? So, this added another 100 meters a second delta V. So, let's get that down. We need about 2,000. So, what were we at? 39.73? We need to get it to 2,000, right? Give or take. Let's just see if we can move it down a smidge. There, 1931. All right, now add this. 940. 940. Bingo. Bingo. That actually worked. Who suggested just adding more delta V? Who suggested that? Raise your hand. That was a big brain move. But this still doesn't solve our lunar prospecting rover. Check the TWR. Our TWR with full fuel and full ore, which we would never do, is still 33, man. That's quite high. That's pretty high for the moon. Here, I'll set it. Look.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, we're good, man. We're gravy. We're gravy train right here. Fatal Owl did. Well, good job, Fatal Owl, if you're out there. I'll allow it. This is not bad, dudes. This will work. Now I just got to figure out a way to incorporate the ore into this correctly. How about we do something like this, and then... Hey, Reaper, 14-month resub. Thanks, man. Keep it bottom heavy for landing, and top... It'll be kind of top heavy for ascent, but that's okay. What's with the humongous Delta V? Well, Tessa, I need to get to the surface of the moon. Need to get to the surface of the moon and back. Or back into Kerbin orbit with 12 tons of ore. So, I'm going with a single stage lander option, which, once again, not the most efficient, but it'll work. So... Is this the mining mission? Yep. Okay, so now we have to mess with the landing legs, dudes. Reading through the OIG report, this is a certified oof moment. As addressed above, Blue Origin and Dynetics each respectively proposed the fiscal year 2021 milestone payments in excess of the entire fiscal year 2021 HLS program appropriation. To the extent that the protesters now contend months later and after the award that they Oh dear, Forge. Oh dear. Why wouldn't it work, Justface? It's not that it's not good, Jack, it's just... I don't know. Whatever. I don't want to talk about it. let's just keep going. I don't want to talk about it. See, my only problem here is that we're... I don't know what's gonna happen. This thing is awfully top heavy, dude. But then again, we don't need to really rendezvous with anything, so... In this particular design, I have hydraulic extenders, right? I mean, honestly, it really does not matter where I put these. It's just for translation and orientation, so it's actually kind of ends up being similar to Falcon 9. We could use that for good stabilization. Drills need to hit the ground, though. Well, this is going to compress to an extent, Meg, don't you think? If they don't, I can always just move the drills down so they meet the maximum throw. If we move the drills down to meet the maximum throw or extension here, I don't see why that wouldn't work. But now we need power supplies. We need a power generation system. What you have there should be fine? Okay. You sent a spacecraft out to Ike. Let me see. Nice. One problem I'm seeing is that 4 mini drills at like 5% efficiency and 0.3 ore a second for 2 powers a second per drill will take 20,000 seconds at 8 power a second. That's 330 minutes. Divide 330 minutes by 60. That's 5 hours. Right? All we gotta do is land on an ore-rich spot and we're good to go. It'll take 1 day. That's gonna suck. What do you think, dudes? Send the big drills? I mean, Loopy was talking about that a second ago. Oh no. Oh crap. That's not good. The mini drill only works in ore concentrations of at least 2.5%. Okay. Use the drills as legs. Dudes, I'll be honest with you. I get it. The small drills suck. But I don't think I can fit the big ones. I don't think I can fit them. I'm serious. I don't think we have the space to do it. Yeah, the big ones require radiators, solar panels, there's a bunch of stuff. Like, I don't want to use these. I know they suck. But also at the same time, your boy doesn't really have a choice. I can do a precise landing plate, yeah, it's not a problem. One big one is a heck of a lot better than umpteen small ones, and the small ones still need radiators and solar. You guys really like making this difficult, don't you? Tessa, I don't have the space. Like, I don't know how I can say that any clearer. I don't physically have the room. I say I don't have the room, and you say, "Oh, but the big drill's better." And I go, "Yeah, I know, but I don't have the room." And you say, "Yeah, we know you don't have the room, but the big drill's better." Thank you. You're very helpful. Like, I don't know, dudes. I don't know what we should do. I don't want to clip this into the fuel tank. That's a little... Yeah, Barak, that's right. Shuffle things around, you can manage asymmetric mass. That's it? That's it? You got a fast stove? Your grits, the laws of physics don't exist on your stove? What, that's it? That's it? I'll just shuffle things around. Oh yeah, shuffle things around. Perhaps the laws of physics cease to exist on your stove. Are you sure about that 5 minutes? I may have been mistaken. Were they magic grits? I mean, are we to believe that these are the same grits that gave Jack his beanstalk beans? Ugh. Oh, just line up center thrust, center mass, and you're good to go, right? Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not good to go, because this is going to shift. The center of mass is not moving downwards on a straight line, Tessa. That's not how that works. It's going to move up towards the dry mass, which means I'm going to need gimbal to compensate during landing. I don't think that's smart. It's barely changing. Here, just decrease your odds of success. Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect. Yeah, let's just do that. No mods, John. Nope, no mods. Just the DLCs. Yeah. Have the drill centered and have 2 terriers for engines. The flowers are still standing. Yeah. What's the delta V here? 3854. That's gonna screw it up. I'd have to redo the delta V calculations again because you guys wanted to change the design to the frigging drills. Hey Grav, what was your question about cars the other day, dude? I missed it and I'm sorry. The lawnmower won't start again. This time it's not the battery or the fuse. I think it's the key switch. I turn it to run and I try to turn on the lights and they won't turn on. And when I turn it to start, I don't even hear a click of the starter. Yeah, that sounds right. You know what? You know what? Screw all these ideas. These ideas suck. I got another idea. How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do this? Split the tanks. Yep. All right. Cool. I have the design. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Hey, get out of here. You stay there. Get rid of that. Get the strut off of the front of this. There isn't one. Where'd it go? Oh, there's a freaking attachment node in there from the stupid engine plate. Oh, alright, here. Just get rid of that for a moment. Alright, here's how we're gonna do this. Watch. I'm gonna do this, right? Give me that. Gray that tank, right? Now, alright, get rid of these for just a second. Alright, get rid of the parachute. I don't need that. We're not done. So SpaceX design allows for sourcing of excess propellant, which will provide crew with a large reserve of supply of life support consumables in the event of a contingency. Cool. What about just send a mining and a processing lander first, then you can load up other landers? Cost, mostly. Yeah, is Doom, it's the cost, bro. Well, that's a real interesting way to do mirror symmetry. Back to story. There's another ISS category on Jeopardy tonight? Heck yeah, man. Can the drills be used as a landing leg? Maybe. Not bad. This ain't bad. It looks like the Phoenix from First Contact. Nice. What's the electrical power generation on that? 8.3, 24.4. Let me just unlock all the damn things. What do we got with these ones? Oh, yeah. Yeah, this could work, dudes. These do not retract, so It's been so long since you had to make something useful. I know what you mean, and I get it, but also, shut up. I know what you mean, I understand what you mean, but shut up. So, Chief, the idea is that we'll use these ones, and then when we're on the ground, we'll use these, and if they break off, alright, whatever. I mean, I think this will work. I think. I don't really have a lot of leeway with these solar panels, right? But and also, they don't produce enough electricity. Chief, your name isn't Buzz Killington by any chance, is it? Chief Buzz Killington, engineer. That's cool that Vic showed up. Oh, Reginald, I disagree. Yeah, are there any mods out there? Mate, can you give a link for Dio right there? I wish to show you some etchings. They are really quite droll. I might need to do 2 launches, dudes. I really want to. Let me see that. Hey, that's pretty cool, man. That's cool, man. That's a really good little replica. It looks just like it. Yeah, but I don't think I have the money to do 2 launches, man. That's the problem. I don't think I have the money to do it. I like this, but I don't think... What was wrong with the last design? Chet freaked out about the freaking drills, dude. The drills are too much, EJ. Too much. Maybe just 1 drill and that's where the engine is. Is your mission log updated with the current mission? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Let me see something, okay? I'm working on it, Hip, okay? Yeah. So NASA's posted 2 pictures of astronauts, Victor Glover and Christina Cook in the VAB, and the Artemis 2 Orion, and people here are speculating that might be part of the crew for Artemis 2. Neat. This isn't a bad way to do things. Yeah, we watched it happen, Pop. Yeah, that's already been done. So we have 4,000 delta V between these two right here. 1,000 could be used. No, Panta, no. You know what? Screw you, chat. I'm going with the design that I liked. I'll use the small drills, and you guys can whine about it. It's fine. While you're whining about it, I'll actually complete the mission, okay? Could have sent it and been done by now. I understand that it's going to take a while, and I understand I'm going to need this, and I'm going to need that. I get it. But this isn't a forever design. This is a tailor-made design for this. It's a tailor-made thing here, so it doesn't... It's gonna... And I'm gonna crash it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna go with what I know. I know this will work. It's gonna take a little bit longer, but once again, that's okay. It's not a problem. This was the closest thing I've had to something that I wanted, so that's why I want to stick with it. So what are you building today? Lander. Lander Prospector. How dare you, sir? Your actions will have consequences? Yeah. You know what my consequences are going to be, Nuclear? My consequences are going to be getting paid from completing the mission, fool. Can we use some of the new solar panels? Yeah, I should be able to. We just got to really make sure that we land on someplace. We got to land someplace that has a really good ore concentration, man. I don't drink wine, Tessa.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Good, Kelly.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Crossrace had a 35-month resub, and then Dr. Death gifted a sub to Jack Cheese. Thanks, dudes. Appreciate it. All right, let's do this. Let me just double check my Delta V numbers, okay? What's the final mass? 27 tons. I think we can move this. The SSDO should be able to put this into space, no problem. We gotta be careful with that fuel, though. But we can do it. Did someone say they get paid? Oh, I mean, yeah. Yeah, that was me. Alright, let's check our electrical consumption. 0.90 a second. So we're gonna need batteries on this thing. And I think I'm gonna put my batteries right above this. Put them right there. It gives me 1600 charge for the most part. You know what? I'm gonna turn them. I think they look better this way. We also should have another battery up here from the avionics. Should. Don't. How are you gonna power it? Solar panels? How are you gonna power it? Huh, solar should do us right, dude. Like this. Shoulders. Dude, what do you think about that? Whoa! Not bad. Is the fuel from this relatively small amount of ore really be worth the trip down? What? What? What do you... I don't understand. Yeah, they added these panels pretty recently, dude. Radiators. I'm getting to it, man. Nice, Panta, that's cool. Are the ore tanks linked in properly? Yes. Yeah, I did an internal strut instead of the strut that I had before. Thanks, Chief. Alright, so this is it when it's packed up. Do those circular panels, it's 8.3 a second. And what are the drills? I think we're okay. Yeah, alright, we're fine. In fact, I don't even think I need 4. 2 of them should do us right. Two will look just fine, dude. Don't worry about it. Excellent. Yeah, I'll check it, Ming. Okay, so 3851, huh? So we need to remove 1,700. I like to round that up to 2,000. So we're looking at 1,800. Look for 1,800 units of fuel. That's 1,600. Now fill this up, and we're looking for about 1,000. 820. All right, let me dial this in a little bit more. Where are we at? 3851. We need 1,800 on the dot, so let's get this as close to 1,800 as possible. That's literally 1,800 right there. $922. What are we looking for? 580 plus 280? 860. We have a 60 meters a second delta V margin. Just spent 20 to 30 minutes getting my science module to the new space station, only to realize I forgot to add the docking port. Nice TI-83 on standby. A TI-83 is older than some of the viewers in chat, Canuck. Yeah. Thanks, man. Alright, so when we come down to land, right? One radiator for each drill, and then those will flip over. I'd assume these rotate. Do these rotate? If they don't rotate, we got a problem. They're not going to do much good facing down. They do? Okay, good. That would really suck. There you go, nuclear. Yeah, man. Alright, it's pretty foolproof, dudes. We just gotta make sure we execute. I mean, 1 and 1 should be fine. It's only a 60 meters a second budget right now. I don't have any more spots. Have you got a small ISRU you can attach? We talked through ISRUs, Tessa. I really don't want one. If these drills don't touch, I mean, the drill head is further than the maximum throw on that piston, so that's gotta work. I have radiators in there. Yeah, we can mess with the suspension to get it lower, exactly. How big is this thing? It's big. Could you use the lighter radiators? Eukerman, I like the deployable ones because they cool everything. They cool everything. And I think we're good. So now what I need to do is get a prospecting satellite. Wait a minute. I don't have to have the prospecting satellite attached to this. I could just send it. And then send this right after it. Right? We don't need to do that. Yeah, why would I do that? That's stupid. That's right, Platinum. Yeah. No, I could just deploy it separately. We should have the budget for that. Sure, I don't see why we wouldn't. Alright, I'm going to close out all the fuel tanks on this. And then use the SAT as a relay. Alright. Now I gotta make a payload dispenser for this thing. Pretty much hypersonic, yeah. Should we use the small SSDO to launch the other satellite? No. Well. Oh man, this thing's 33. Oh no, it's not. No. 27 tons. I don't think the type of resource satellite that I want can fit into small SSDO's payload bay. I have plenty of payload bay margin here. I'll just use it. We know the other SSDO can do 36 tons. We know it can. I'll take a chance with 27. Yeah, we should have plenty of fuel left over. I think we're okay. So here's what I want to do. Is that the attachment point for this? It is. Okay. All right. Here's what we'll do. Give me this. Detach the engine. Take this. Turn on interstage attachment nodes. Right? We're going to do some hierarchy shenanigans here. Attach this to the interstage attachment nodes. Right? Turn off the interstage nodes. Move the engine back into the position that I want. Now, I'm going to take a 1/8 decoupler, and we're attaching that directly to that fairing. I'm just going to go with the disposable decoupler design just for now. Now we need to... I need the structural tube here. Why don't you do something like this for the payload loading? Yeah, I'm not thinking about that right now. Skim through space news. Cygnus hat. Cygnus hat. Say car ramrod. Car ramrod. You didn't say it. I wrote it on the paper. There's my stabilizers, my strut stabilizers right there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now, I need a way to deploy this sucker out of the payload bay. Antares did fly, Bill. It was awesome. So here's what we should do. Move this thing back like this. There. Would a piston push rod work? No, Chief, this will work. No problem. Just take the damping away, move the traverse rate down, and that's it. This will work just fine. Why wouldn't it? It'll do it, Hip. We know it'll move 36 tons into space. Easy. I'm not worried. I mean, dude, every time we've gone to re-enter with this thing, we've had 10,000 units of liquid fuel. I dumped 300 meters a second, or 700 meters a second worth of Delta V. That's like 5,000 units of fuel. Yeah, we'll make it. Yeah, it's not rated for it. I've rated it. I know it can do 36, but I'll tell you, this is probably the extent of what we're gonna launch here, man. In terms of size, this thing is pretty big. Pretty big. I gotta just figure out the dispenser, I suppose. We could build just, I guess. Yeah, and then the last thing that we absolutely need, really, is just this. No, actually, I don't really want that because we don't know which one it's gonna dock first. Freeze that out with auto struts and we should be good. What I am going to need potentially later is something like this. So would this be the first active payload for Jebstar? Yes. All right, dudes. I think struts have a detach action group now. Yeah, I could do this. No, that's not gonna work. I think if we just lock the hinge, the auto struts on this should be fine. Right? Like... Okay. Save this. Updated 8:10. Now we gotta do something like this. Ready? That's not what I clicked on, but all right. Whoa. Oh, cool. Panels. That's cool. It's the 11th. Yeah. You can make Curvy Boy panels now. Nope. I don't like it. I'm just gonna put one on it. Cool. Save. And then I'll put my logo on it. Alright, save that. Do not stage the decoupler. And yeah, there's not much we can do about that engine. Just as a shutout, just in case I miss it and activate the engine by accident, I'm going to set the thrust limiter to 0. And then I'll set the throttle to independent. Just to make sure that that thing doesn't fire inside of the payload bay. It's just a good precaution. When we get up into space, I'll be able to separate it and fly it. Now... Das is a producer for NASA Spaceflight Vader. He doesn't really stream Kerbal much anymore. Docking lights? It doesn't dock with anything. The only thing it docks with is the moon. Just haven't seen him in forever, popping here now and then. Okay. Okay. Landing lights, then? I really don't like adding things post-Delta V calculations, guys. Like, I really don't like doing that. That's really not a good way to do things. But there you go. Take the science equipment off of this thing. I don't know how much Delta V this thing has. Yeah, those solar panels are going to be in the way, so let me just... I'll have 2 lights. We'll have 2 landing lights. That should be more than enough. These lights are super bright. I just really need to see how much Delta V this thing has before we go any further. I'm almost there, dudes. This has 1300. $860, $280, right? $860. Okay. Well, that solves that problem. But this thing doesn't need to be a relay. it needs resource prospecting. So we have CurbNet access. And I'm going to need one of these guys, the survey scanner. Have you ever considered downloading a Plume mod? No? I haven't. You don't want to screw the Delta V margins on the other thing, Motor Kid. Mark III resource sat. Okay, lugnut sat bus with the survey scanner on it. Good, 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 good. That is 1263. Oh crap, hold on. 100 meters a second. I think we're good. I think we're okay. All right, let's do this. So all I need to do is go back into my lunar prospector and nope. Disconnected the wrong thing. Yes, Chief. I've done lunar missions already out at the moon, dude. Yeah. Communications is totally good. Reload the lunar prospector. You know what? It's the same sat bus. Just take the magnetometer off. Take that off. Take the science experiments off because we don't need those. And then give me the survey scanner. Do we have enough space? That's the size of the payload bay. Anything else? No Kerbals will be on this mission. Lose the propulsion on the scanner to shorten it and check Delta V. Yeah, Motor Kid, you don't like listening to me, so I'm probably not going to listen to you either. I told you, we don't have the Delta V margin to do that with this thing. We're 60 meters a second on the other thing. I cannot use any of its fuel to move this thing. I don't know how many times I need to say that, dude. I don't want to check. I know it's not going to be enough. Like, that's not even worth doing the math for, dude. Can't do that way. I wish. You know, I just can't do this I can't do it that way. I mean, we could try to something like that. If we could get away with moving this just a little further back, maybe that's enough room. Hold on. Get rid of that. Get rid of the science. Oh, are you trying to have these two? Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah. Sorry if I didn't make that clear. Yeah, I'm gonna have this thing jettison, so the whole thing will tilt out of the SSDO's payload bay. We'll dump one, and then we'll dump the other. Two payload deploy. Transmitting the ore survey takes a ton of battery, like 1,000 electrical. We have 800 on this. But I can't screw with its Delta V for. I'll just set it to, we'll just set it to transmit over time as we generate the power, dude. There's really no other better way to do this. Alright. Hey, Void, how you doing? Alright. 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 I'm just gonna scrunch that dang satellite till it fits. That's what we'll do. No, Predominant, I don't want to do that. Here, get rid of these. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Just move that out there like this. Give me the prospecting core. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. Get rid of that. It is the ugliest thing you've ever seen, and I don't care. Wait, why do we have two probe cores? Oh yeah, the field of view. That's right, that's right. That's why we did that. Okay. It does kind of look like the Space IL. Yeah, it kind of does look like that, doesn't it? Did I just reroute it to there? Yeah. Yeah, I did. That's great. Hopefully that didn't screw up my hierarchy too much. Boom. But, wait a minute. I have to make sure that this thing can deploy. So, that's where that needs to be. All right, so move this back to 0. Can I just have the satellite dish clip a little bit through the payload bay? Does anybody really care? Does anyone care? It's just a teeny weeny bit. Does anybody give a crap? Anyone? Anyone at all? You care. God damn you. You suck. Don't use the hinge, use RCS. Don't want to rotate the antenna, I assume. I can't fit it inside of the SSDO's payload bay. You know what? Fine. Set fuel tanks radially attached. I hate this SAT bus, man. It's such a pain in the bus to work with. I just don't even know if it's gonna have the same amount of delta V. And heck, I don't even know if that fits. It is 5 seg. Rocket guy, yeah. But I need room for the thing to deploy. Instead of his, why don't you just decouple, use the RCS to translate it down? Because I told you that this week, guys, alright. This week is about building out the rest of the SSTO architecture. I need at least something here in the form of a payload decoupling device that I can attach to the, like, inside of the payload bay. Understand? So I need to at least start fleshing out those systems, which is why I don't just want to put it on a docking port and be like, herder, I'm done. Understand? 2 launches. No, I don't want to do that either. Sure, whatever. I'll just attach it to the fairing. It's fine. Just reroute it there.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Lavi, 62-month resub. 62 is almost enough Starship launches for 4 whole HLS missions. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Lavi, I kinda want that. Is that bad? Is it bad if I kinda want that? It's kinda neat. Oh, that probe core was already sticking into the fuel tank. Attach the scanner to the payload. No SAT needed. We don't have the margin, Chief. We just don't. We don't have the margin, dude. It's too close. It'd be better to just send this by itself. After, like, the SSDO take up everything in one shot and then send it by itself. Shame. Yeah, you're telling me, man. Did you add the ion engine to the Leopard sat? No. I didn't take that contract, Loopy, I don't think. Yeah. Yeah, we'll take that. So I need the prospector to know where to land with this dang thing. We have a good design here. I like this thing. It's nice. We really did good with this. Now I just gotta figure out how to put it all together. You know what? I'm gonna opt for a 6 payload base segment this time, but in future versions I don't want that. I don't want to use the ramp either because I want the crew I want the crew to be there. You know what I mean? So just give me this, and I'll open up 6 segments just this time, or we'll give a, you know, we'll be able to reconfigure it and have the option to do it if we want to. That's locked out. All right. Save. Hey, I'm new here. This seems pog, but what the heck is the goal here? Hey, Lolly, I'm trying to do like 4 or 5 missions all at once, and we're launching. Hang on a second.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I'm trying to like couple like 4 or 5 missions all together at once, and it's just a little bit complicated to do that all together. Hey, Red, 76-month resub. Thank you. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. So we're just going to use this. We're going to use the 6th segment for now. The satellites should fit. All right, so grab this. Go here like this. It's too big. Nuclear. Don't worry about it, guys. We'll just do it this way. It's fine. I want to do the mission. Cool. All right, it's just a fixed mount. If that's the case, I'm just going to run some struts. Man, I hope we can take this. I hope it's enough. It does have platters, yes. There. All right. All right, guys, we're ready. You guys ready? Let's get the pad out, and let's get this out. Oh, the ion engine contract. What has more delta V margin? good. I don't have ion fuel tanks unlocked, Loopy. I'm just gonna call it. Let's just go. It's 9:30, dude. We gotta move. Man. This feels like when we used to run shuttle missions, guys. You remember that? Who remembers that back in the day? That's what this feels like. I mean, we're about to get the frames. We're about to get the frames of that. I'm not gonna lie to you. Remember shuttle missions? Oh, I remember. Oh, I remember. No, you just have to test the engine. Oh my gosh, this pad's gonna... Why is this pad so many parts? Hold on. Oh, it has ISOU on it. Oh, no. No. Get rid of that. Get rid of those. Get rid of that. 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 Get rid of the ISOU. And get rid of its 2 stretch. We should be at 997. Oh, yeah, okay, I took some parts off. I took the solar panels off. The other pad design has this, and that, and then there was 2 I-beams there that I was using for measurement that I forgot to take off. Cool. Alright, we're good. Let's do this. Gotta fill up the fuel tanks. I'm new to this channel. I don't remember. I don't know, Buck. Maybe pre. This is gonna be a lot of parts, dude. This is gonna be a lot of parts, man. A lot of parts. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I'm nervous. Why am I nervous? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. It's gonna make it into space. And the amount of money that you make from the mission justifies the cost of sending one. So it's okay. Don't be nervous. You got this. A long time ago, Crippen Station, NASA man. Yep. Gotta move the launch plate up. Or the launch box. See? Lunch box. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, there you go. Space nuts stick together. Sorry, yeah. No, I love this stuff. Even now, I can't get enough of it. Completely unrelated, but I think it's in your wheelhouse. Oh, the flamethrower Lada. Oh my god. Okay. F1 question. I'm using the RSS 2022 car and it's super oversteery. Can F1 cars run with front toe in? Yes. Ow. Here we go. Yeah, YB, the SSDO is supposed to be reusable. I'm just not using it in reusable mode right now because we're still kind of fleshing things out. But yeah, the idea is that the thing lands and I straight up tow it right back to the launch pad, put new payload in, send it again. Yeah, that's the idea. Oh, nice, nice. I try. Here, let me try this again. Let me try it one more time, okay? Ready? Spark engine predominant. Why is that song so freaking good? It's so stupid. All right, Billiam. Here we go. This dude literally made a... What did I walk in on? Don't worry about it. What is this? That's so good. Oh my goodness. I love it. I have one of the small ones like that. Alright, that's enough. Let's go. I'm sorry, the noise that it made. Thunk! The noise that it made, dude. Alright. We got our payload, right? Yep. Okay. Let's see how the game takes this. See last for my facepalm rage quit of the night. Alright. Yep. Yeah, I forget contracts on stream in front of people. Alright, so we got to get this thing attached to that thing and then turned upright to launch up there. This right here is Dash. I don't have a name for it, so I just named it Dash. Right? There should be a nameplate there, but we don't have it. Dash is the 6th version of this SSTO that we've made. Don't ask what happened to the other 5. Yep. They're no longer with us. Dash is carrying 3 payloads, or 2 payloads for 3 missions up here. We have the Lunar Prospector, which is fully fueled and ready to go. We just got to get it up into orbit. And it's carrying a relay sat that has an auxiliary mission on it. That much testing? Actually, I still have serial number 4. Serial number 1 was the thick as the brick thick as a brick SSDO. That one blew up. And then serial number 2 blew up in testing. 3 made it into space, but blew up on landing because I didn't configure the landing gear. 4 I still have. 4 was the structural pathfinder. 5 was an approach and landing test. That was their flight test article. That was an FTA. And then 6 is another, the final version. This is the baseline version here. One and 2 weren't completed orbiters, though. 3 was a completed orbiter. And 3 and 6 are like the only ones that were designed to go into space. And 6 came back from a successful mission. The first flight that we did with Dash got into space. This one, no, this one's already been to space, dude. Successful mission. Yeah, see? According to KSP, it never left the pad. Don't. Yeah, no problem, X. Gonna have to do a slight 3-point turn here. I don't know, Kim. The 3 engines will move us, yeah. Gotta move that gear down for alignment. I don't have a good feeling about this. Why? The only thing that's really kind of, and this is the reason why I was like, dude, we gotta go. The only thing that I'm like worried about is, I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't really tested this much differential payload mass. So honestly, we're carrying payload, engines are here. We gotta be careful with the gimbal on ascent. That's really the big one. I know it's gonna make it into space, obviously. So I might have to fight it a little bit on the way up, which is okay. It'll do just fine. What's the payload mass? 27 tons. It'll do it. It'll move it. I know it'll take it into space. Other than that, I know the prospector is going to work. We have communications out there. I'm not worried. If I send the other satellite on a transfer first, we should be good. Basically, I'm going to deploy both of these things. And, yeah. And then we'll send them to the moon. And while they're coasting, we'll bring this thing back down. Have we already done a scan of Kerbin? No. Yeah, T-Man, I just gotta get that payload stuff figured out, man. Does this count as Kerbal Truck Simulator? If our truck has jets and we're moving like a 200... Well, with the payload, about 300 tons of space plane? No, Pilch, you gotta be polar. It's not gonna work that way. I wish. Is the SSDO modeled after something? Venture Star. This is supposed to be Venture Star, guys. Lockheed Martin's fully reusable launch vehicle. Bonana. Bonana na 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 na. Let's launch Polar then. No. I haven't tested Polar re-entry with this, and I'm not doing it right now when the margins are so close. I really, really, really do not want to lose this SSDO, dude. Yeah, no, no. Let's go with what we know, Swishio. Slowly expand the envelope of the vehicle over time. Slowly. Keep trying one new thing every time. Don't change a bunch of different things. Basically, why I'm so okay with launching this with 27 tons right now is because down the road, if I want a crew tank or something up here, right? We want a crew tank up at the top. This will simulate what it's like taking crew and cargo into space if I need to. That was strange. It's a hand holding a banana. Oh, shoot. Something broke. Let it off.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Just scratch that against the side. It'll be fine. Why did it pop up with science? Why did it pop up with science? I don't understand. payloads are just fine, Pilch, see? No, Blackness, it was giving us... Look. It was registering a seismic impact, and that's why I thought we broke something on the pad. Alt F3 shows nothing, guys. Look. Nothing. There's nothing. Nothing broke. At least I don't think. Let's try it again. Maybe we won't go as fast this time. We're getting some peculiar Kraken strikes there, but I think we're okay. King, I'm going to get it. We're at least going to get it up there. I mean, pad integration doesn't take very long. The thing's fully fueled. The pad is fully fueled, I mean. I'm doing kind of more of a soft rollout here, so we don't have to fill up the pad every single time, at least not right now, until I come up with a more permanent fueling solution. Okay. Pause it here for a second. Switch over to the pad. What's the pad looking for? 270.4 pitch -1. Alright, we need to match that. That's no problem. Let's get my cal controller for our alignment figured out here. Same vessel collision. Same vessel collision needs to be on for that piece. Move these up here like this. We're looking for 270.4. Good. Good. Okay. Now let's get my aft lifters in position. Okay, all the lifters are in position 270.4. We're pitched up +4, so we need to increase these 45. Increase those to 45. Pitch is negated out. And we're docked. Alignment stacks moving down. Undock the jet truck. Yep, integrated. Just got to turn it up right. Heck, the payload operations on this pad are going to be longer. It's going to take me longer to put a freaking payload in this thing than it is to integrate it. Yeah, Tessa, I mean, it's merging 800 parts and 1,000 parts. Yeah, it always freaks me out a little bit when the game's like, what? What did you just do? And just in case we have to deintegrate, what I'm going to do is turn the jet truck out of the way. Because if I need to deintegrate, I don't go up there and grab it with the jet truck. I just toggle, we bounce the gear a little bit, and we just roll it back down the hill by itself. Okay. Kerbal should be wearing some hearing protection. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. Okay, we're going to unlock the motor. There we go. Okay. Reverse the launch box controller. Reverse that. Play that. We are go for vertically integrated. Well, vertication. Vertical ligation. We're getting a pitch rate here, which means it's pushing it up. It's just, we gotta wait for the hydraulics to tense. Pitch is at -7. Dun, dun, dun. Bumpa. Dun, 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 dun. Wait a minute. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Crap, 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 crap. Something broke. You saw nothing. I think I just lost the entire pad and the SSTO because I didn't hook the docking port in. Yep. I don't want to load KSP up again. Don't make me load KSP up again. Oh no, I think it broke. Please. The same vessel collision took a dump because I didn't attach the forward docking port. That's on me, guys. That's on me. If we reload and it blows up, that's it. That's it. No more big SSDO for a little while because I'm an idiot and missed something. No pre-flight checklist. Yeah, well, I'm still testing it, so there's no checklist. Yeah, you can't make a checklist. Can't finalize a checklist if you're not done testing. Well, that being said, I did miss one of the critical steps. So wait. Oh, Nikes. Well, let's see if it blows up. Well, the SSTO is sitting on top of the pad. That wasn't in good faith, though, guys. I would have lost the pad because I forgot a step. So what are we going to do here? Yeah, thanks, Predominant. Thank you for the update. I appreciate it. I appreciate the clarification, dick. Now, how about you go over there to the place where there's helpful people? Oh, wait, no, you can't go over there. Dude, I get it. I know. I understand. Half the cost? I don't have half the cost, guys. That's the problem. Loopy, the hydraulics failed because I didn't attach the docking port. The hydraulics failed, they didn't move it, and the SSTO went through the pad and Kraken struck, and I X'd out of the game out of reflex because I'm so freaking nervous. So in reality, I lost the pad and the SSTO and the payloads. That's what happened. If you make a checklist, we'll let it slide. That's fair. But Predominant's right. As much as I'm salty about it, dude, he's right. I would have lost the pad and the SSTO, dude. We should be done. We should have $2,700 left. That's it. It was a Kraken strike, Nessman. The hydraulics failed and the launch box came unhooked. I saw it. I saw it happen, guys. I'm too good at this. Dude, I know what was going to happen. I saw it the second it failed. Do what your gut says to do. My gut says to Alt F4 out of the game and deduct whatever money that I had left over. That's what my gut says to do. That's the right thing to do. That's what should have happened. I should be screwed. Yep. But also, people really wanted to see this mission too. That's the other reason why I did it. No, we didn't public. That's old mission mode rules. Gift subs? I'll give subs to get the revert. Just this one time though. 100 subs. Yes, Panta. I mean, Metal, you don't want to kill... I don't want to kill mission mode, but that's kind of where I'm at, dude. I'm, yeah, basically screwed. But I know you guys want to see this fly, so... Tell you what. I'll mimic the failure mode and we'll see what happens, okay?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Gordon run down. It's fine. How about fly it tomorrow? Fly it and tomorrow we restart mission mode. Well, mission mode isn't screwed. I just have no money. That Kerbal should have hearing protection. There you go. See, without this docking port raised right there and attached, it doesn't keep it centered. So this thing moved. This whole thing moved. I mean, come on. Swishio, why do you... No. Dude, no. No. It's... Never mind. Let's just go. Let's just... Serious question. In the last week, I've seen you humiliate viewers in their comments. Are you getting burned out? No. I'm not getting burned out. Duel, it is very hard to engineer this stuff. It's very hard to engineer everything. And build something like that and keep everybody informed. All at the same time. Oh, what am I doing? I didn't even deploy the thing right. Did you miss your creative freedom? No. Clearly I get that it is, but half the viewers here don't understand that, so when they ask questions lately, you act like they're a huge bother to you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No, Duel, I'm not getting burned out. It's just the stress of trying to balance these deadlines and keeping the content good and not making bonehead mistakes. That's all. It's just a new challenge. Don't read any more into it than you have to. So, here's what happened. Here you go. Ready? This is mimicking the failure mode that we just had a second ago. But I did drop a quick save, just in case anybody wants to go back on. If anybody wants to go back on this, I have a quick save. I just actually, yeah, 1019. There it is. I'm gonna copy that, and I'm just gonna put it on the desktop, and I'm just gonna leave it there. Just in case anybody wants to go back on what's about to happen. Sorry for voicing my opinion. All I see is hours of watching daily while lurking and playing the game. I'll go F myself back into the shadows. Duel. Whoa. Dude, it's stress emission mode, man. It's stress emission mode. I'm not burned out on Kerbal. It's just, this is stressful, dude. That's all. And that's exactly what it did. Right there. It didn't break. Oh, it didn't break. It didn't break. Oh my goodness, it didn't break. All right. Stop. Hold up a second, Duel. Hold on. No, come back. It didn't break. Yes, it did. No, it didn't break. It's just bent. How does this even happen? It didn't break. Oh my gosh, we mimicked the failure mode and it didn't break. Holy crap. Can you fix it without recovering? I don't know if I even want to try doing that, to be honest with you. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't want to touch it. I do not want to touch this thing. Okay. The SST... Okay, so here's the thing. Alright. Dude, we dodged a bullet there. I'm sorry, I thought... I saw the thing go and I X'd out of the game, like, instantly. It's good to... Because I thought it would crack and strike. It didn't crack and strike, so we dodged a bullet there. But... I think we gotta recover and try it again. I'll take a rep hit though for doing that. I shouldn't do that. That's a bad habit, and I'm gonna make sure I ingrain it into my mind that that's a bad habit. I'm taking 10 rep away. Actually, screw it. I'm taking 20 because that's not a good habit to get into. That's 20. I'm taking a 20 rep hit, self-imposed, because you're right. You guys are right. It's stupid. That was a stupid thing to do. But I'm happy here that the failure mode isn't too bad. But yeah, we're okay. And Duel, if you're still here, he's probably gone. But if you're still here, man, thanks for voicing your concern, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. This is stressful, man. It gets to me sometimes. I'm not even kidding. It gets to me. It's so difficult balancing all this stuff. It's so damn difficult. It's tough. It's tough to do it with a lot of people, but hey, oh geez, that's such a bad problem to have, right? Like, Um, yeah, I'm trying to think if there's a way that I can get this thing straightened out, but I'm not really sure there is. Well, you have been a bit grumpy lately. Guys, this is difficult, man. This is really hard. Like, I'm telling you, it's stressful. This stuff stresses me out sometimes. Hitting these deadlines, dude, it's difficult, man. It's tough. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it isn't. Just an opinion, don't get angry at me. Perhaps a clear set of actions rules for what happens if you break mission mode rules to circumvent. Yeah, no, well, that's why I took 20 rep out, dude. But yeah, I think, yeah, we should probably do that in good, the in good faith rule, dude. Don't do, I shouldn't do stuff like that. I X'd out of it out of reflex, man. And I'm bummed at myself that I did. There's really no way to... There's no way to get this thing back. Yeah, fellas, I don't have enough to put this back out on the pad. The recoveries, I don't. I'm still screwed. I don't know what to do. If I undock it, it's gonna crack and strike. Let's think. What can we do here? Okay. Where's the landing gear? Where's our rear landing gear? It's right there. What is it on? It's on this. All right. So set that to same vessel and set that to same vessel, right? And extend this gear. Just that one. See if we can get the nose up. not out of the woods yet. This thing is still stuck on something. I don't know what it's stuck on. The transporter erector is stuck. I don't know what it's stuck on, but it's stuck on something. Alright. Undo SVI on that. Right? And then let's move this thing back into its position. Right? Oh, score. Oh my goodness. How we fish this one out, guys, I will never know. I can't believe that. I can't believe we fished this one out. That's ridiculous. I say you recover and run some small SSTO missions. I recovered, dude. We mimicked the failure mode and it didn't blow up. Like, I don't know what you want. Like, I literally, we mimicked it. It did nothing. I thought it was going to blow up, which is why I X'd out of the game, but it looks like it didn't. I'm still taking my 20 rep hit. It's inexcusable. I shouldn't do that. I'm still going to do it, fellas. That's the rules. Okay? All right. You said you'd need funds because not 100% on the recovery. Yeah, but that was if I have to recover, dude. So that was if I had to recover it, John. I saved it. I saved the dang thing. Not only did I mimic the failure mode and it didn't blow up, but we saved it. I think we're okay. I see the back pistons are looking to take a dump. I'm not really sure what to do about that. Yeah. Okay, so these seem to be messed up because of a cow controller, but that's where they need to be, right there. Can a Kerbal engineer fix that? Yeah. Yeah, this is fine. Everything is okay. Like, we're okay. All I have to do now is just get my main post here attached. If I can move this up into position and it can find the docked position, then we're good. Come on. Please dock. If I ask nicely, will you dock? Okay. I just got to get this in position, man. You tamed the Kraken, though. Yeah. How are we gonna do this? Okay. I'm thinking. Okay, alright, here. What I'm gonna do is go down here, and I'm gonna let this sag just a little bit. And if we let it sag just a little bit, that should knock this into position. Nope, it didn't do it. It didn't dock. Okay. Alright, let's try this. Same vessel interaction here on the hydraulic. Oh, it's so damn close. Got it. Oh, it worked. That worked. All right, so let these down. Turn off SVI there. Turn off SVI there. Uh-oh. Sorry, guys.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I tried.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't want to play Kerbal. I don't want to play Kerbal anymore. I don't want to play Kerbal anymore. Just now, just for now. GTA 5 cities being no, fellas. I don't want to do this anymore right now. There's no coming back fresh, Panto. We can't fly the big SSTO. I screwed it up because I forgot a step. And I'm not happy about it. Excuse me. I screwed up, dudes. I'm not happy about that one. That one's totally on me. Sorry, but Sandbox KSP was much more fun to watch. Yeah, I know. What happened though? The gear Kraken struck. I hit the wrong key and I had to redeploy that gear and it. What is with this game and taunting me today? Are you kidding me? I don't understand. Why? I just closed out a Kerbal. Why is it back? Why are you taunting me? Yeah, I like mission mode, guys. But I'm not gonna sit here and say that it isn't stressful. It's stressful, guys. It hurts. It's hard, man. Don't be a crybaby. Reload and launch the SSTO. What are you talking, guys? What do you mean? It blew up, dude. What do you mean reload and relaunch it? I don't have any money left. I don't have any money left in mission mode, man. We gotta recover. I have to recover the damn thing. I have to recover, and I have to half that cost because that's how much of the SSTO that just exploded. That's the rules, man. If I don't like the damn rules, I shouldn't have made them in the first place. Yeah, we gotta dock half the funds, basically. That's how much I lost. The SSTO blew up, but some of the engines were there, so I have to half it. So we're... There you go. You could have recovered it. Nah, dude, that's the thing. I couldn't have. If I recovered it, I wouldn't have had enough to launch the damn thing anyway. It's alright. It's fine. I don't know what to do, man. The situation is recoverable? Yeah, I guess. I'm gonna stop. I've made a fool of myself this, like in the last half hour, so I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop, dudes. I'll sleep on it and I'll figure out where we need to go from there. I really didn't want to go out like that, but it is what it is, dude. Hey, I can't just change the rules when it's convenient for me. I can't do that. So we'll figure out where we need to go from there. John, I misclicked and blew up the pad and the SSTO. I just lost a ton of money in game, dude. It sucks, but hey, that's the way it is. Getting the payload. Thanks for piling it on, Jim. Thank you. I appreciate it. Cernalar, the glitches in game happen and they're revertible. But if I know that the glitch exists, then whose fault is it? An engineer doesn't sit there and say, oh, I didn't know the thermal was there. I didn't know the thing would heat up on re-entry. That's not how that works, dude. Go easy on yourself? Yeah. Going easy on myself didn't get us this SSTO, what? EJ that bails out when he encounters a failure, kind of recurring the last 2 weeks. Swish, I've been streaming for 10.5 hours, man. What do you want me to do? You know, and you say I'm getting fucking burned out? Fuck off. Seriously. I'm trying to give you the best content I can, guys, and you really like to kick me when I'm down, dude. But it's fine. I'll roll with the punches. It is what it is. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Let's see who we can raid. I have some homework to do anyway. I have to read the OIG report, which is... it's just going to be a good cherry on top to the end of a great freaking day. Boy, that's going to freaking suck. Let's go see what Gerardo's up to, dudes. He's playing KSP. Maybe, hopefully he'll get further than me. Hey, Entropy, it is what it is, dude. It is what it is. You gotta stick to the rules, man. If we don't stick to the rules, it's not as cool when we actually go and complete stuff, man. It's just not as fun that way. I'm like, that's not how I enjoy this anymore, you know? Like, nah, bowling, they ain't haters. It is what it is, bros. Hey, I'll bounce back. I'll be good tomorrow. We'll figure out what we want to do. Heck, I mean, if you guys want to vote on a new mission for tomorrow for me to do with the SSTO, we'll go and do it. I just didn't think that this week of doing commercial missions would end like this. It would end on the first day. Now I have to. You guys kind of have to vote on. I mean, I don't really have a choice. I got to fly the small one, you know. I don't know how I'm going to do that the ore mining mission. I don't know. If you guys want to vote on what, you know what? We'll talk about it tomorrow, dude. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Go see what Tarad is up to, okay? Thanks for watching, guys. I'm sorry. I screwed up today. I did bad. I'm very embarrassed. I'm really embarrassed, man. That was pathetic. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Thanks for watching.